Hai, anak apa kata? Oh.
To all our participants from Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Singapore, Vietnam, Philippines, and Brunei, selamat datang. Welcome back to day 3 of training entitled Teaching Strategies for Teachers of Students with Hearing Impairments and Learning Disabilities. World Hearing Day is held on March 3rd every year to raise awareness on how to prevent deafness and hearing loss and to promote ear and hearing care across the world. In conjunction to that, this entire month, we at SEAMEO SEN celebrate World Hearing Day, and one of our activities here is by organizing this training session. During our first day with Ms. Vilma Dimaisip from the Philippines, we have learned that the teachers of students with hearing impairment and learning disabilities should not limit his or her teaching style to one or two strategies, but rather teachers use a variety of teaching techniques that will give all students opportunities to learn. Also, there is no best strategies in teaching students with hearing impairment and learning disabilities. It really depends on the unique educational needs of the learner. And additionally, Ms. Vilma also emphasized that teachers should adjust his or her teaching instruction depending on the methods of communication with the learner. And yesterday, with our second speaker, Madam Fatimatu Zahra Othman from Malaysia, we have been trained on how to break learning into small parts, use graphic organizers, make information visible and meaningful to the pupils, expose new vocabulary in a variety way, use peer helpers. This is what I like most because peer helpers are pupils who can help re-explaining directions of instructions. And lastly, parents and school community involvement. Definitely all great insights from the two speakers. And now we are in day 3 of teaching strategies for teachers of students with hearing impairments and learning disabilities. Are you all ready for today? If you are, please type in the chat box that you are ready and all set to go. Today's speaker is Madam Meetha Gopalkrishnan from India, who is the Managing Trustee for the Gopalkrishnan Foundation for Deaf, also a co-founder of Uniki and technical advisor at the Deaf Child Worldwide. Greetings, Madam Meetha. Namaste. How are you?
Namaste, Ms. Suhaila, and namaste to all the wonderful participants here today and people who are watching us live on Facebook. Great morning to all of you. Thank you for having me here. And thank you for the brief introduction. So I identify myself as CODA, right? Do any of you know what CODA means? I'm just going to type that out in the chat box. It is CODA. Right, I have somebody already answering, and that's child of deaf adults. So now you know that I am born to two wonderful deaf adults, and I have grown with them. So have been in the deaf community, have understood how and what happens, how learning happens. So great. So I'm also special educator and technical advisor for an international NGO called the Deaf Child Worldwide, which is based out of the UK. And it's an international arm of the National Deaf Children's Society in UK. I also run an organization called Uniki, which focuses on creating content and providing learning platform for the deaf. And we have a foundation for focusing on the education of deaf children. So I've worked with deaf children, deaf adults for the last 35, 40 years, I should say. All right, so this is a great start to the morning, and you all have been with two other presenters, lovely presenters who brought in so much insights and information in the last 2 days. So hope we will all enjoy today's session as well. So are we ready to go?
Yes, they are. They have typed in the chat box that they're ready, so ready. All
Great.
the way ready, yeah.
I'm ready too. So let's get started. Okay. So today's session is going to be aimed in understanding what deafness means, the key impacts it can have on deaf children in their learning, and also what are the good principles of teaching deaf children. And within that, we've got 3 sessions. We've got the morning session, we've got the pre-lunch and the post-lunch. So we're going to be able to cover quite a lot. And that includes, we'll be able to see the different terms related to deafness and why it matters, or does it matter at all, and identify different types and degrees of hearing loss, and how that also is important for an educator. Identify the key and other related impacts that deafness can have, not only on learning, but the other aspects which we need to look at, and some myths and misconceptions about deafness, which we will try and dispel, and look at the different communication options, methods, not only for communication, but for teaching, and how that is going to be important. Language and communication, why is it key, and how can we build it, and when should we start building? And differentiate between deafness and learning disability. Is it related? What are the things we need to know while working with children with deafness? And look at some of the principles of teaching and learning. Try and identify them through watching a video, and we'll be able to pick out some of the principles from there. And also work together to create a good thematic cross-curricular plan. Okay, so let's crack on. Now, let's look at terms related to deafness. Okay, I'm sure all of us know and have seen all of these terms. Just to briefly carry on, hearing loss is any amount of hearing incapability in the hearing apparatus, and that's hearing loss. Hearing impairment is a term that is used very widely by many people in many different countries, which indicates that there is some amount of hearing loss in a person. And that could mean any degree of hearing loss. It could be very mild to profound. Whereas hard of hearing are people who have a very good amount of residual hearing and are able to hear sounds with the help of some assistive device. And deaf are usually considered to be profoundly having hearing loss in that category, so that they don't hear most of the speech sounds. Now, have we come across discussions saying, well, what is the right term to use to refer to people with hearing loss? It could be adults, it could be children. I'm sure we've all come across that. And what do you think is the right term? Well, being with the community, what I've understood and what I know is deaf is more preferred than the term hearing impairment because of the fact that they feel it limits to the indication of the disability, because impairment, the term impairment talks about something which is not positive, something that is lacking. Rather, the term deaf sounds more like a noun. So you can refer to myself or someone saying that I am deaf. So it sounds more positive, and that is why it is preferred over hearing impairment. Right. So you will see people referring to themselves as hard of hearing. I'm going to use some signs, if I may, because I'm used to that. And I think you will also pick up some things from what I sign. This is very purely Indian sign language. You may want to find out what it is in your countries, in your respective country. So hard of hearing is this and this. So which means that there is some amount of hearing still there. Deaf is this, which means you don't have hearing and you're unable to speak because of inability to hear. Not because you don't have a voice box, but because you are unable to hear, you don't have the feedback mechanism to promote speaking. All right, great. So please, if you don't already know what are the signs, please go back and take some time to learn what these signs are. Okay, so having set that context, let's move on. We just started talking about deaf, and now what do we understand by deafness? Is there a difference or are they the same? Okay, if no one's already typing. Okay, the term deaf, yes, it is different. Thank you. So I think everybody feels it's different. Yes, it is different, and that's right. Deaf is the term a noun. Okay, it's more like a noun, so you can refer to a person as he's deaf or she's deaf or I'm
With
deaf.
hearing loss.
Yes, someone with hearing loss. That's right. Whereas deafness, you're right. Somebody says in the chat, it's deaf is an identity. Very true. Deaf is the identity. That is, you can say, for example, I'm a woman, you're a woman, I'm a man, or any other identifications that we may have. So it is more like an identity or a noun that you associate with a person. What about deafness? Okay.
I guess it's a condition of a person with hearing loss.
Condition of a person with a hearing loss. Yes, in the chat also I see it's the inability to hear, lacking hearing, hearing loss to some degree of hearing loss. Right. It does definitely, because the term deaf means that you have a hearing loss. But deafness is a state of being, living with deafness. That means you are deaf. What does it mean by that? I know that there is a hearing loss. I'm unable to hear, or I'm unable to speak very clearly like any other person. But what does it mean by that? Right? So like we can see physical differences between a man and a woman or any other. I'm just taking this to example. Please excuse me if I'm not going in the full range of gender here, but just to give an example, we are able to see the difference. So we can see the difference between a hearing and a deaf person. But what does it really mean? So I think we're going to take a little bit of time. Thank you for all the comments that's coming here in the chat. But let's take some time. I'm going to enable one of the Zoom features called Annotate right now. If anybody wishes to annotate onto the screen, onto the PPT that I have here, you may please do so. Others who find it comfortable putting it on the chat is also fine. I will go through them. I'm enabling the Annotate for all of you. For those who don't know how to use the Annotate, if you go onto the top of your screen, you will see a green bar, and next to it you will see view options. If you click that, you will see Annotate button, and please use that. Select the text option. Once you select it, you can click on the shared screen and start typing. Okay. All right, I'm going to read the messages that's on chat regarding this. Deaf, one who has severe or profound hearing. That's right. I will copy that onto the screen so that everybody is able to follow what we are receiving as responses. Okay. It says deaf, one who has severe or profound hearing loss. A person cannot understand speech through hearing. Deafness is a noun. It means to show or stressing the condition of deaf. We will discuss these. I will first put them out here for everyone's. Characteristics of deaf. Is it characteristics of deaf? Yes. Characteristics of deaf. How does one feel to be deaf? Deafness is in the complete inability to hear speech and sounds. Deaf people have difficulty taking in information. Okay, great. I really like all of your interaction. This is great. Animations is not working. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me just see. Did I not enable? I'm sorry. Could you try that now? I hope it works. Deafness is a state of being. Absolutely. Deafness is a state of being. Now, what does it mean to be deaf? Deafness is a state of being. What does it mean? Yes. So we have Marisa also here talking about how being deaf is living in a silent world and trying very hard to interpret all the actions and everything that can be seen, touched, or felt only through that. Absolutely, yeah. Inability to hear, difficulty. Okay. Is the annotate working? I think I do see people annotating here now. Okay, that's right. Okay, so we have responses here and very similar ones coming through. That inability to hear, being in a silent world, having to interpret everything through visuals, touch, or feel, cannot understand speech through hearing, It could mean to show stressful condition. Is that what it means? Deafness as a noun, it means to show or stressing the condition of the deaf. Okay. All right. There are, like we just saw, that deafness or deaf is mostly referred to as someone who has profound hearing loss, but there are a range of hearing loss there from mild to profound, which we will see in some time. There could be very little hearing loss to a lot of hearing loss, which means that you're either able to hear some sounds or not able to hear any sound. Right, partially or wholly lacking or deprived of the sense of hearing, absolutely. So what does that really mean? It means there are sounds that you're not able to grasp. What is the sense that one person's going to have when you're not unable to hear? You're constantly having to ask people, so you're constantly having to ask for repetition or not understand something that everybody is understanding very easily, because we know that majority of the world is hearing, whereas deaf people or people living with deafness is a minority. So looking at that, so there is a lot of inconvenience to them, but they continue to live it that way because they don't know any other way. So they live it, right? But they don't know any other way. But again, need to understand that we have a whole range of people. So the way that one person feels about being deaf is not the same with anybody else. It is very different from one person to another. And that leads to different experiences that each of the deaf person will have. While there are some similarities, but there is a wide range of difference as well. And what are the similarities? Like somebody has put, deaf children are poor in vocabulary. They have limited vocabulary. They have difficulty in socializing easily, at least when they are very young, and they are not having the confidence or the language enough to interact with somebody. Right. So these are some of difficulties, right? Okay. So the impact that it has on a deaf person's life, what do you think is the biggest impact? Of deafness? So we've seen how one feels, what it means not having hearing. They are part of a unique community. That's right. Being deaf means you're part of a unique community. You can't hear sounds. You're not able to comprehend what is being said. You're having to use your visual medium or touch. So what is it impacting? All right. So thank you for the annotation so far. I'm going to disable the annotate and we'll continue. Yes, someone is saying they're going to be emotionally affected. So what is the first? You're right, emotionally affected. Limitation to communication, yes. The biggest impact, the first and the major impact that it has is not being able to communicate. Right, not being fully understood, so which leads to the different struggles. Thank you. So we have started with some understanding. Now let's go and see what is it that is causing this deafness, or what happens for a person to become deaf. So let's look into the year, which all of you would know or seen, have heard of what happens. I won't go into it in detail, but it's worth us reminding ourselves that we take hearing for granted. We don't really look at what goes into hearing. We are hearing 24/7. When I say we, I am talking about us here in this group now. 24/7. We don't have an opportunity or the luxury to turn it off. We have to hear. So it's an automatic process and we take it for granted. So we have 3 parts of the ear, which is the outer, middle, and the inner. Why is it important to know this? Because there are certain issues or certain malfunctioning or improper functioning of any of these which could cause deafness. I'd like to give you a fun fact here. You look at the middle ear and there is a bone. There are 3 bones actually. It's called the malleus, incus, and stapes. Stapes is the smallest bone in our body. So imagine the smallest bone not working causes such a big issue, could cause such a big issue, like hearing loss, which can remain with you for the rest of the life. Okay, so we know that the ear, sounds pass through the outer ear, and the middle ear works on it to amplify the sound and make it into sound waves which can reach the inner ear, and the inner ear carries it to the brain, and the sound is actually processed in the brain, not in the ear. The ear is just an apparatus which carries the sound and passes it on to the brain. So the brain is making all the connections, right? Okay, so there are different channels through which the brain can get information. And that is what many of us have expressed in the previous discussion, that we have to feel, or deaf people feel through visual, through touch. These are the other mediums through which information is passed on to the brain. Okay. Now, there are 2 main types of deafness or hearing loss, and that is conductive hearing loss. The term itself means conductive. So from one to another, passage of sound from one part to another part. So there is conductive hearing loss when there is any problem in the outer or the middle ear. And this can be treated. If there is conductive hearing loss, it can be temporary at times and it can be treated. And there is surgery if required at times. Medication can also help treat it. Now, the second type of deafness or hearing loss is sensory neural hearing loss, which is any problem in the inner ear. So the inner ear, like you see, we've got the cochlea, which is the shell-shaped or the conch-shaped organ, and the nerves, which are carrying the sound to the brain. So if there is any a difficulty or problem with these two, the cochlea or the nerve, auditory nerve as we know it, then it is called as sensory neural hearing loss. And this is usually permanent and cannot be treated. It cannot be reversed or treated. But there are ways in which sound can be amplified, and assistive devices are also available, which can be helpful. Now, there is one other thing I'd like to bring in here is the residual hearing. So even though there is hearing loss, and it could be in either the outer or the middle or in the inner ear, there is some amount of hearing that everyone will have, which can be tapped into using assistive devices. Okay, I have somebody here. In the chat, usually deaf individuals also experience a language disability, hearing difficulties ranging from mild to severe. Yes, thank you. Okay. Now we've got degrees of deafness. So now we have seen what does the ear involve, how the sound is passed through, what happens if there is a problem in any part, it causes hearing loss, and some are temporary and can be treated, some are not. Now we look at what happens because of that. So there is a degree of hearing loss. It could be very slight, minimal hearing loss to profound. And you can see here, you've got the levels mentioned with the degrees. You all would know that dB is the measurement of sound, the
Decibel.
volume, sorry?
dB means decibel, right?
Decibel, that's right, yes.
Yeah.
dB is decibel, correct, yes. So there are two aspects to sound. Decibel, that is right. I'll just put it here, yes, okay. So there are two aspects to sound, like you see. One is the decibel level, and the other is the pitch or the frequency. Both of this is very important in a sound, and like we all know, we don't really give it much thought. We are hearing sounds, we are able to talk, we are able to understand what somebody is saying, communicate without any problem and with a lot of ease. So what we are hearing is sound. It could be different sounds, and it also involves speech sounds. We're hearing speech, we're able to communicate through speech. So that speech range is somewhere, if you look at the chart, it shows somewhere between 20 to 60, around that, where you see the small letters of English alphabet that is there spread across in this portion. Let me just highlight it for you. So these are the speech sounds, which can be heard only in that range because the sounds are produced in that range. So anyone having 60 dB or above hearing loss can potentially not hear these speech sounds very clearly. Okay, so which is from severe to profound. If you look at that range, they will not be able to hear speech sounds very clearly. Now, why do we need to know this? As educators, as teachers or administrators, why do we need to know this? It's important to remember that not all deaf children are the same, or not every deaf adult is the same. They have different levels of hearing loss, and which affects their ability to understand or hear speech. So we may think that, okay, he's using a hearing aid or has a cochlear implant and can hear sounds, can hear speech. Someone who's hard of hearing can hear everything. That may not be right or true all the time. Everyone has a different capacity to hear the sounds and the speech. So each one of them are different. And this has an impact on the children's learning, very much on the learning. Okay. Okay, I think we had already started discussing this as to which aspects of life are impacted. We already started discussing this. We talked about inability to hear, having difficulties communicating. Correct? Okay, what other aspects? I'm going to enable the annotate again for all of you. You can choose to put it in the chat. Yes, it affects the learning. It affects the learning, affects communication, ability to communicate. Yes, it affects daily living. Can you elaborate a little? Daily living. How does it affect daily living? In what way? If Maria, if you could elaborate a little bit. Comprehending. Okay. Comprehending what is being said. Okay, I'll put that here for now. Socialize and socialize. Yes, so we have social communication, comprehending, affects their social life. Relationship, yes. So socialize, we can further say that it could affect relationships. Connection to hearing people is affected, okay. Inability to acquire competence in any language, yes. Language competence. Self-regulation. Self-regulation, can I take it as inability to manage emotions? Do you mean that? Manage emotions. Yes, learning and education. Behavior and emotion. Yes, thank you for elaborating that. Emotional problems caused by a drop in self-esteem and confidence. Yes, confidence and self-esteem. Career opportunities are affected. Employment or career. In my research, linking reading comprehension and degree of hearing impairment showed that there is no link between the two. Yes, we will come to that. Thank you for bringing that up. And that is Jasmine. Thank you, Jasmine. Inability to express oneself. Express self. Lack of empathy. Okay, let's see that. Health, because, okay, mental health. Stress and cannot communicate well. So the mental health gets affected. Okay. could cause depression. Yes, thank you so much. I mean, that's great. Thank you for all your inputs. I will disable the annotate now. Thank you. Education and employment and suspicion tend to be suspicious with the verbal communication around them. A lot of frustration. Yes, let's take a little time to just read through what is there on the screen. Just read through. So there are a lot of things that we identify. We are saying that a person with deafness could have. They are having to deal with these challenges, right? Inability to communicate, affecting learning, inability to express self, low confidence or self-esteem. Where does this all stem from? Why are they unable to manage emotions? Why are they having poor mental health? Why do they have low confidence or self-esteem? Why does it affect their social life? So what is it that is causing all of these challenges? Lack of information, and it is because they are unable to hear. That's right. And because they're unable to hear, what is it that is not developing? Communication barrier. Yes, that's right. So there is no shared communication method. It's a two-way process, right? So communication is a two-way process. You need to be able to express and understand. Absolutely. Okay, so let's see what is the biggest aspect which leads to all of these that is affected. The key, where is it stemming from? It is stemming from the impact on language and communication. Because they are unable to hear, and like we saw, which is where the degrees of hearing loss become so much important for us to know how much of language, are they able to get? That is spoken language. Now, what are the different languages that they can have? There are many different languages that they can have, but most of it, like we just, we agreed that the world is hearing. And so the language used is spoken. And that is the language that is around us all the time. That language is not easily accessible by the deaf children. Let's talk about deaf children now. So they don't easily access the language and they are unable to communicate in that way. And whatever is being communicated to them is coming in the form of spoken language and they don't access it fully. We know that it is a range, so there could be some of it that is being accessed, some not accessed. But not having a complete and a full-fledged language actually brings upon all of the different challenges. Why can't you manage your emotions? Because you don't know what to call the emotion that I am having at this point in time. I don't have the right vocabulary to communicate or express myself. Why don't I have good social skills? Or why don't I have good relationship with anybody? I don't know how to behave. I don't know the social norms. I don't know the rules of behaving, because it wasn't explicitly told to me. It was said in passing, and I didn't get it. Why is my mental health low? Because I feel nobody understands me. I'm trying to express myself. They are not getting it because there is no shared language between the two of us. I'm probably using sign language, but the other person doesn't understand. Gestures can be limited. You're able to express only to a certain extent, maybe functional things like, did you eat? Did you sleep? Is it paining? Is there some pain? Are you feeling cold or hot? Some gestures can help us communicate, but what about full-fledged language? Like, I'm able to conduct a training now, and you're able to hear everything that is being said and process it in your head and turn that into understanding. So many neurons, so many things happening in the head at this moment. All that is slowed down, all that is limited. So it takes a while to really visualize it, try and imagine how it is. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, shall we then talk about when does language develop? Can we talk about when language develops? What do you think? Okay. Okay, language develops, or we start accessing language right from when we are born. Right from when we are born. And in my experience with, yes, you're right, right from when we are born, from 0 to 1 years old, we start right from day 1 or day 0, even if you want to say. There are some research, there are some studies which say children can access, babies can access what is being said in the womb. They start accessing it in the womb. There are research that's done on that. But let's talk about after the baby is born, day 0 or day 1 that the baby is out in this world. It's already in a world of sound. And if the baby is born deaf, do we understand by the term born deaf? That is, you are born with deafness, and there could be different causes for it. It could be genetic, it could be difficulties during pregnancy. Yes, it could be heredity, or during pregnancy, there is some difficulty, which is why the hearing is affected. There is some nerve damage, so the baby is born. The parent doesn't know yet that the baby is deaf. So we continue to speak to the child, to communicate with the child that we know best. So, and that carries on till we identify that the child is deaf. So the deaf child is already starting the scorecard with minus. with a negative bowl of language. Nothing. It's negative. So identification is important. The sooner that we identify, the earlier the intervention can happen. But having said that, in the low and middle income settings that I have worked in, and in the areas that we all know, this doesn't happen at the time of birth. There is newborn screening schemes in many of the countries, but not other countries have it yet. So let us imagine as day passes by, there is so much sound around, but not all the sounds are being accessed. So the child is already on a back foot. So by the time the child is being identified, intervention starts, and the language, and the family gets a grasp of, okay, what language am I going to be using with this child? It's far too late. So in settings where there is lack of early identification and intervention, the impact is that much more. And I have had so many teachers, so many parents asking, so how many years will it take for them to be just like another hearing child? You can't catch up. And that is the sad and the hard fact, that you cannot catch up this years that has been lost. But the earlier that we give a language that the child can access easily, the better that the child is going to be able to perform. We will talk about the different communication options, right? So what is language? Language is a medium for communication, right? So it could be spoken, or it could be signed language, which is a visual language. Like we confirmed just some time ago that it is the brain that is processing information. Hearing is a medium to, give the information to the brain. But the brain is the central place where information is being processed. So even if the information is coming through visual medium, just by pictures, just by looking around, imagine a child, not as we are today. If we look at something that is right in front of me, I've got a switchboard, I've got a bulb and a few sanitizers and all of that. So I'm able to place what they are. But if there is a child and looking at things for the first time, we can't say that, okay, that's a deaf child, will understand everything visually. You have to give the language to the child. You have to explicitly give the language to the child as to what they are seeing. Not just by seeing are they going to understand, but they have to be given explicitly what they are seeing. So that is the way to build the language with deaf children at a young age. So any questions so far? Any thoughts? I know there are some messages already coming, and I would like to read them. I'm sorry if I pronounce, if I'm not able to pronounce yeah, sorry if I'm not able to pronounce your names. It's Someone who says, my student, normal was she born. She got deaf after she choked on milk, caused from that. Yes, that's sad, you know, being choked on milk. But do we know why that would have happened? When we look at the ear structure, there is a connection from the ear to the nose and the throat. There's the eustachian tube, which goes to the throat. So doctors do advise children to be fed with their head up, and it can easily go and damage the ear. Some of the children born normal, but violence causes them to lose hearing. Yes, those are some of the causes where there is a big accident or an impact to the head. Any injury could also cause hearing loss. Through body language, children can understand. Yes, true. Children will show attitude, shut down, act aggressively or otherwise, and express indecision and doubts. Thank you for bringing that up. That those are some of the indications that the child is finding it hard to express oneself, or it is not being understood. They don't have the language. There's so much feeling inside them, they're not able to put it into words and express. And which is why it comes out as such aggressive behaviors. But it is not a behavioral problem. It can be misunderstood or sometimes misdiagnosed as behavioral problems. But if we look at the underlying issue, which is the hearing loss, and because of the hearing loss, inability to access language, and they don't have the language being developed, that is causing the behavior. And Jasmine says, I agree with what you've said, that the brain processes the seen or heard communication as per, as per reading comprehension. The degree is not affecting their comprehension level. Therefore, early intervention is really needed. The parents' connection as well is intended, and SEE is encouraged. That's right. Yes, we will talk about that as well. I think for those who don't know what SEE is, how to deal with students refuse to use hearing aids. Usually we tap his shoulder and sign language with him. Okay. We will talk about, yes. Thank you, Jasmine, for the full form of SEE, signed exact English. Okay, yes. So we have a couple of comments which we can take. I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Was somebody trying to say something? Okay, I think I missed one of this. My mom got sick with rubella when she was pregnant, and that's why. Oh, we have a deaf participant here. Great to see you, Matawi. Please do share your experience, and it's so important for all of us to know from your lived experience. So please do share. What do you think about the importance of language and communication, and what communication method you use? If that's okay, Mitawi, if you are comfortable sharing that with us. Okay, we have a student who was born hearing, but until 7 years, he got sick with meningitis and lost his hearing. Yes, so that's right. So hearing loss can happen, like you all have mentioned, can happen before birth, which could be genetical or heredity, and there is already some damage that has happened to the fetus in the womb, or it could be at the time of pregnancy that there is a reason for a cause for hearing loss, and it could be at a later stage. Now, can somebody tell us, there are also two terms that we use in terms of language acquisition for deaf people, something pre and something post. Do we know? Yes. Vidya, thank you very much. It is pre and post lingual. Correct. So when we are assessing language, so we have seen degrees of hearing loss, how that is important, the type of hearing loss, so that we can see what interventions medically can be done. Degrees is to look at understand a little more as to what is the child's capability of hearing and accessing language. And then we've got pre and post lingual deafness also. What does it mean? Like the name suggests, lingual is language. So pre-learning of language. So when we say pre-learning of language, it is considered as when you really start communicating after you grow from a really infant baby stage to an age where you can start expressing yourself. When you start talking, it could be either in spoken language or any other form that you can start expressing yourself. So there is some kind of language already there. So that is pre-lingual. So if someone's become deaf or has a hearing loss before they have learned language, it is called pre-lingual. And after they have learned language, it is called post-lingual. How does that help? Or is that important? Well, it is very, very important, because someone who has had deafness after they have learned language, they already have a foundation of language through the hearing that they've had for so many years. So once they become deaf, there are other mental health gets affected due to accepting deafness, due to the sudden change from being able to hear to not being able to hear. Those challenges will be there, but their language is already developed, so they have that much lesser challenge than what a prelingual deaf person would have. Okay, some good discussion going on, I see. We shall talk about sign languages as well. Okay, so secondary hearing loss, body language. Okay, can you all tell me if any of the countries that you all are from has newborn screening? Yes, in Philippines. Great.
Yes, in Philippines, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. What about Malaysia, Indonesia, and Singapore? Oh, great. Iswati says, I have a student who has hearing loss. I'm sorry, the messages are really coming in fast. Thank you for all of the interaction. And he was referred for a BERA test at Dr. Specialist THT, how to give body language so that the child can communicate in two directions. Yes, that's great. Actually, I have to mention this here. like Ms. Suhaila started, introducing, saying that World Health Organization has announced or has been celebrating, if I should say, World Hearing Day, or on the 3rd of March every year. So in connection to that, last year in the World Hearing Day, in the report that WHO had published, they said sign language should also be mentioned as a rehabilitation option by medical professionals as well, which I think in many countries doesn't happen because of the different models of looking at disability. We've got the medical model, which looks at just at the medical condition and tries to treat or try to work on it. And that would be fitting of hearing aids or cochlear implant. Whereas then you have the social model, which talks about the society actually disabling the deaf person through not making the environment conducive or making it accessible for the deaf person. And they say, or they put the onus of learning, accessing, communicating, everything onto the deaf person. So that is the social model. And then we've got the cultural model or the linguistic model, where it is seen that they are a cultural minority or a linguistic minority, where given the right access and the right support at the right time, they can be as equal to any other person who doesn't have a disability. So we do have, I see from the messages that we do have newborn screening, and newborn screening specifically to identifying if they are deaf. Am I right? We have newborn screening for various other conditions, but for deafness specifically, is it in all of these countries? That's really heartening and very, very good to know. Because in India, we don't have full-fledged newborn screening all across the country. It is far and few in particular states where there is newborn screening, and in private hospitals, whereas the public health centers, there is a good scheme available where the villages are also looked at, because India is a very agricultural society as well, where we have 80% of the country in the rural setting. So it is quite a huge layout there, where children are born into really poorly nourished families, poor health conditions, and improper medical facilities. But the government has brought up schemes where it could be identified through social workers. But again, there is a long way to go in terms of intervention as well. We have Jen says that we have a club of deaf to support deaf children and their families to learn sign language. That's great. That is something that we're going to be discussing as well in today's session, as to how deaf adults are a very vital and an important asset to all teachers and families who are working with deaf children. Like all of us have role models we look up to. Like all children, we encourage them to reach good heights and achieve. So we need to have deaf adults there who are supporting in the work of educating deaf children and the families. Some of the deaf adults are now lecturers of colleges and teach sign language. Great, yes. Does anybody know what is the percentage of deaf children being born to hearing families? Anybody has a guess?
Come again, madam.
Okay, so my question is, what percentage of deaf children have hearing parents? Yes, according to the World Health Organization, 5% of the world's population suffer from disabling, yes, hearing loss. 5% may seem like a small number, but the total is over 360 million people across the globe. And it is all statistics also has, thank you, Jasmine, for that. Statistics by World Health Organization also says that there are 34 million deaf children alone. Right. Jasmine got the number right. I don't actually know the percent, but I have friends who are both deaf and their children are not. That's Christine. Thank you, Christine. Jasmine's right. More than 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents. Take some time to just read that again. I would request all of you to just take some time to read that. More than 90% of children, deaf children, are born to hearing parents. We will be talking about that fact. Think of what is the parent's reaction, or what is the parent's feeling about their deaf child when they first come to know about it. How do they communicate? How do they make choices? And how does it affect the learning, if it does? How does it affect communication, if it does? Okay. Is there any question? Or anyone wants to share their experience? Yes, Nguyen, deaf children of deaf adults maybe have more chances to develop because they understand the importance of sign language, and parents help their child develop sign language naturally. That's right. I have a deaf friend, a deaf wife, but her son is not deaf. Yes, I have many friends like that too. In fact, one of the couple that I know who are both deaf were really very saddened when they got to know that their son is deaf, not deaf, was hearing. They were wishing that their child would be deaf so that they could communicate more easily and be bonded more. Shalini says more than 90% of deaf and hard of hearing children are born to hearing parents. Yes, that is a very, very profound fact. Sorry. Laurie says, I have a deaf friend, hearing husband, but the daughter is deaf also. Yes, so there is one parent who is deaf and the daughter is deaf. Okay. So a lot of factors underlie of how and why one becomes deaf. That is true. Ida's question. I was expecting that, and thank you for coming out with it. So the deafness isn't caused by genetic, isn't it? It is, the fact does show, right? That genetic is not the only factor or the biggest factor. If 90% of deaf children are being born to hearing parents. But as we know, even in genetics, I think just dipping slightly more than the tip, there are recessive and dominant genes, which could be there in the parents, but then it's recessive and hasn't been dominant. That's also a possibility, but the fact was really, hitting hard to say that genetics, as most would think, is not the biggest cause for deafness. I'm sorry, I'll just mute myself and have a glass of water. Sorry about that. Yes, Rosanna says, yes, one of my deaf students is also born to hearing parents. Ida says, my students have 6 deaf siblings, but the parents are not deaf. Yeah, that is the play of genes, definitely. I think, if not any other cause that is not aware of. Okay, so we have parental genes can be a factor, but with a small chance. That's what the fact probably tells us. Yes, Laurie says, and most of the parents of our deaf students say that they had measles while they were pregnant. Okay. Shalini also says, can medications cause deafness too? Maybe overdose, something like that. Yes, it can. There are some drugs which are called ototoxic. Auto means hearing. So ototoxic, which is toxic to the hearing. There are some medicines which also have ototoxic effects. And if they are taken excessively and not under prescription or for prolonged periods of time, it could cause hearing loss. Yes, damage to the ear. Damage to the ear. And also over-the-counter medicines that we take without prescriptions, without knowing that it could be ototoxic, can also affect. Ida, thank you so much. Yes, I will. I have a bottle of water here, so I'll keep myself hydrated. Thank you. Joey says, hi, I'm Joey from Malaysia. I was found to have hearing loss at the age of 3, and I'm using hearing aids at the age of 5. Then I went on with a cochlear implant at the age of 15. After that, after not benefiting use of hearing aids, my mom trained me to understand the language. She read me storybooks and trained me to read a storybook. I'm well developed with my language ability because of my mom. Great. Thank you so much for sharing that, Joey. Absolutely great. And at the age of 3, losing hearing at the age of 3, having a hearing aid at the age of 5, he did not benefit much from the hearing aid. So he went on to have a cochlear implant at the age of 15, and his mom trained him to understand language by reading storybooks. And which is why he's having good language abilities at this point in time. Great. That's a beautiful story to inspire people, you know, how parents' involvement is also key, because the children are in school for a certain amount of time, or they go to the therapy center for a certain amount of time. But the most of the conversation, the regular conversations happen at home. A lot of learning happens at home. So parents play a very, very important role. Families play a vital role. And for them to be able to contribute in a very effective way, they need to have complete awareness and understanding of what is the role and how they can make a difference. Hi, Joey, there's a friend out there of yours, Juan. Sorry.
Get well soon, Mom.
Yes, thank you. I don't know, it was just
You
so
may take
sudden.
some drink first.
Right, yes. Ah,
It's okay.
thank you. Just take another quick time to drink water.
Perhaps you want to go for a break, Madam Meetha? Are you okay?
Yes, we could, if that's okay. I know we are 10 minutes early.
Mm-hmm.
Is everybody okay to go for a break? Yes, I think people are saying yes.
Yeah, let us go for a
Okay.
5-minute break. Would that be enough?
Yes, that should be enough. Yes.
All right, madam. I'll see you later.
Okay, see you.
Okay, 10:25.
Yes. Okay, see you.
Okay, see you.
Bye-bye. Thank you. See you all again. Welcome back. Thank you for that. It was a much needed short break. Thank you. Hey. Okay, let's bust some myths and misconceptions. I see most of you in this group, great interaction that's going on. I hope you all will use the poll that we are going to send out. This is a poll option where we'll be sending out one statement at a time. And you can choose either true or false based on what you think the statement means to you or what you understand of that. Okay, can I see if we are ready for this? Okay, ready. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Yes. All right. Let's look at the first one. Great. Everybody's, we still have a lot more people to respond. Great. Keep it coming. So hearing aids and cochlear implants make deaf people hear fully. Do you think it's true or false? Okay, we have some people in the chat. Okay, that's confirming if they are ready. Okay. Half of the participants have responded. I'll wait for another 2 seconds maybe for everyone else to respond. Do hearing aids and cochlear implants make deaf people hear fully? Yes or no? Okay, so I'll end the poll now. So majority of them feel that hearing aids and cochlear implants do not make deaf people hear fully. Some think that it does make deaf people hear fully. Okay, those who said false is actually right. And the reason is we have residual hearing, which can be utilized by hearing aids or cochlear implants. Cochlear implant is slightly different. I think we will talk about that a little more later. Hearing aids can actually amplify or utilize the residual sound, but it cannot completely restore, or it cannot restore actually any hearing. It just amplifies what is there, but it cannot also make a deaf person fully hearing. And that depends on what degree of hearing loss they have. But without a hearing aid, they won't be able to become hearing. They won't be able to hear. So what essentially it means is that hearing aid is a device which only when used can help in hearing, but does not make anyone completely like a hearing person. Okay. Yes. And that's right, Joey, not at all, especially at noisy places. That's his experience saying, which is true. In noisy places, hearing aids don't work because there is a lot of other sound that disturbs. And Christine here says fully hearing is something that only comes from natural hearing, but when a cochlear implant or hearing aid, it is artificial. It's just an aid, but not a complete replacement, as we would say, right, for hearing, which is true. And this is where I think one of the comments that came earlier on can be tackled. It was about, I'm trying to just remember what it is. This, I'm just scrolling back. I'm sorry, I forgot what it was. Okay, when I'll try and see while you were responding to the next question, I'll try and go back and refer to that question. Sorry. Okay, now going to the second one. I hope this was clear that hearing aids and cochlear implants do not restore hearing fully. It does not make a deaf person like a hearing person. It is an aid, it is a support which hearing aids tap into some of the residual hearing that is there. Again, it depends on the degree of hearing loss of the person, and a hearing aid actually also needs to be fitted according to the need of the child or the person. Sometimes there are schemes where, at least in India, I know that there are schemes where the government gives away hearing aids to children or through different camps, which are hearing aids for everybody, same type of hearing aid. There is no specific tuning according to the needs of the child. So then that kind of a hearing aid actually not only does not help, but actually causes some problem. And now I remember that question. Someone said that the child does not prefer wearing hearing aid. You just can't convince the child to wear the hearing aid, because I have seen a lot of children, when we ask them why they don't want to wear a hearing aid, it's because they have this constant sound. Since sound is being amplified, it's not only the speech sound, but the other sounds are also amplified. And there is unnecessary noise all the time that the child has to hear, and it is very painful for them. And it is not helpful, rather it is deterrent, to learning. And because there is sound everywhere for us, and we know our apparatus is it can manage the sounds. But when you have a hearing aid, everything is being amplified. It's like, you turn on your TV volume to such an extent that, it's painful to the ears. And you can't really make out what is being said. Even though the volume is high, I'm hearing, but if I turn it on to a really, not normal level, slightly more, I can't hear the speech also very clearly. It becomes all distorted and too high to be understood. So imagine that for a deaf child, with so much sound around, and it's just too much to handle, which is why many of them will not like it. Children who have had it tuned to them, they have these digital hearing aids, which are programmed for their needs after thorough checking and assessment, and using it for right from the young age, with changes according to the age. As and when the child is growing, they have to have regular checkups to program the hearing aid, change the mold, because the ear grows. So the mold becomes smaller and you'll have to keep changing. So all of these needs to be taken care of for hearing aids to be effective, and it can't be effective for all. It is case-to-case basis, right? Okay, so with that, we'll move on to the second question. Not a question, actually, it's a statement. All of them are statements. All deaf children have learning disability. Okay, so great, we have more people responding this time, which is good. All right. Do all deaf children have learning disability? So far, we are having majority of them say false, and quite a lot of them saying true as well. Okay, I'll stop the poll in Okay, I'll stop the poll now. Thank you for your responses. Okay, like I said, majority of them said false, and that is right. Not all deaf children have learning disability. We will be looking at what learning disability is in some time after this. It can be very easily misdiagnosed. For deaf children to have a learning disability. Deaf children do have challenges in learning because we have established what is the biggest impact that hearing loss can have. It is in the access and acquiring of language and communication. And because of the inability and the access to learn language, access language, learning gets affected. But a learning disability is actually an issue in the brain and the nervous system, right? In the nerves, where the wiring, as you may say, in layman terms, we say the wiring is not right. There is something in the processing that there is an issue. And there are specific disability types that are being mentioned under learning disability, which we will look at. And that needs to be, diagnosed separately, assessed separately. But deafness does not equal to learning disability. And this is a very, very common myth. That is still prevalent, that deafness is being equated to learning disability. Nevertheless, deaf children can also have learning disability. I mean, this is additional. But deafness itself does not lead to learning disability. I hope that's clear. I am seeing some messages in the chat. Let me look at it. The two disabilities may have similar learning difficulties, but the causes are different. True, Newgen, thank you. Christine also says being deaf can have learning difficulty, but not really a disability. Absolutely. Yes, Christine, thank you. Yes, ma'am, Christine, I agree. Was there something else? Yes, sometimes the hearing loss is only diagnosed when a child is assessed for learning disability. Right, so either the hearing loss was not diagnosed. Here, the learning disability aspect was actually being diagnosed first and the hearing loss later. So it may seem that the child has a disability, but it could be because of a hearing loss, that there is a challenge or a difficulty in learning due to the language and communication challenge. I cannot stress more on that, because many a times it happens that, uh, it is looked at as, this child has a learning disability. You really can't do much with this child. But actually, it is because they have hearing loss and inability to access language. Yes, Christine also says it's not necessarily disability, rather a learning difficulty. LD is a brain process disorder. That's right. Many learning disabilities also priority in visual information. Yes, they benefit. True, they benefit a lot from visual information. I am from a learning disabilities program. Rosanna says, I'm from a learning disabilities program school, but my deaf student is very bright when studying. Thank you for mentioning that. Really, it helps in substantiating. Deaf children are unbalanced in information processing. Priority is visual. Yes, Nijen, thank you. Ida also says, yes, thank you. That was the one that I was looking for, Ida. My student will turn off the hearing aids because sometimes it pains, especially when the hearing aid is not fit to the ear properly. Very true. If we don't look at these signs, usually we will just say that the child has to and forcefully wear the hearing aids, but it can cause other problems also. You're right, Ida. Thank you. Christine also goes on to say difficulty of learning because they lack one sense, which is the sense of hearing. True. Jasmine says deaf learners may be at par with hearing learners. However, with parents' guidance, some deaf learners excel better than hearing learners. Absolutely. And there is a lot of evidence for that as well, with the right kind of support and the language. Again, like hearing, we take language very, very lightly. I think because the way that we have learned, we've had privilege to learn a language at a very young age and access learning through hearing or books by reading, and so many different videos that are available. So our language is developed to a certain level that we don't really look back as to how it developed, how it came about. But deaf children, if given the right support and the language fully, they definitely excel much, much better than hearing learners. I have seen so many PhD holders, deaf PhD holders, doing research and great levels of excellence. Thank you. Okay, so there we have established that not all deaf children have learning disability, and deafness cannot be equated to learning disability. There may be deaf children who additionally have a learning disability, but not all of them do have. There is definitely some learning difficulty for deaf children due to lack of access to a full-fledged language. Okay, now going to the third statement. It's on your screen now. You may start responding. The statement says, all deaf people are good lip readers. Okay, Lip reading. It's also called speech reading sometimes. Yes, Jasmine, I see your comment there. Thank you for it. I will read it out in a while once we close the poll. Yes, give it a few more seconds before we end the poll. Statement again is all deaf people are good lip readers. What do we think? Are they or not? Okay, I have comments coming in the chat as well that it's true, true. Some say false. Okay. Half of the respondents say it's true, and the other half says it's false. Okay, we'll end the poll now. Thank you for your responses. What is it? We have half of them say true, half say false. What is it? It is not true. It is not true for various different factors. And it is a skill. To start with, lip reading is a skill like any other skill that has to be learned. It is a misconception that, because deaf people cannot hear and they rely more visually, they are really good lip readers. They may definitely be able to see that the lip is moving. They will be able to catch few words here and there. But relying on lip reading or speech reading, as the other term for it is a skill, and not all deaf people can do it. If you give it a little more thought on what lip reading actually entails, right? You're looking at the lips, you are seeing what? You're seeing language, you're seeing words, you're seeing language in a structure being spoken. So when you just go back, language again is the foundation, right? We need to have a good language to be able to identify what is being said on the lips. Without that, it's very difficult. And when I say it is a skill and that needs to be learned, when you start looking at each word as the language is developing or being taught, the lip patterns of each need to be understood. And for different languages, the lip patterns are different. It's we're talking about English as a common standard language for this group right now. But even in English, let me try this out. If you all can, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put it back so soon. Let me try this out. I'll try and mouth something now. If all of you can see my face in this small screen, I can stop share for some time also. That's not an issue. Can you guess what I am saying? Okay, let's do that. I'm just going to briefly stop share, just so that you can see my screen a little more wide. Okay. I'm putting my earphone, microphone up. Okay. It's just one small sentence. I'll do it 2 more times. Okay. Difficult, right? Difficult. Yes, I see the chat. It says, I can't read. Can't read. Yes. There are so many factors, so many factors. Before I go into that, let me break the suspense. What did I really say? I could have said anything. I can just make it up also now because nobody got it. Can I just make it up? Well, I said the ball looks very round. I know the sentence doesn't make sense, but that's what I said. The ball looks very round. I just made it up, you know. Okay, so somebody thought it was more. Laughter all around. Really nice. Thank you. It makes me laugh as well. It's very contagious. Thank you. Right. So what are the factors we're talking about? It's a ball, not more. Yes, it's a ball. Okay, what are the factors? The factors are many. Can somebody list? My lip patterns, you're meeting me for the first time today. You're trying to see the way I speak, the way I talk, understand my expressions and all of that. So I'm new. Reading my lips can be difficult because I'm new. Cultural difference, absolutely, Christine. Yes, that too. So you need to, one is lip reading comes with practice and with a person, right? And with a certain set of people then, with constant practice. And just imagine without sound, it's even more difficult. When I say without sound, I'm taking the extreme case. I do understand. There may be other children who can still hear, but it's easier for them than for the profoundly deaf children, right? So there is a little bit of sound, then you can manage with lip reading, but with a lot of practice. It takes a lot of practice. Just small words, maybe, yes, they can understand, but with context. The second point is context. The first is practice, yes, and familiarity. Practice and familiarity is the first. Second is the context. We need to know in what context we are talking to be able to then do some guessing of what is being said. So context. Then there is a fact and there is research which has shown that 75% of lip reading is through guesswork. 75. That's huge. If someone is trying to depend on just lip reading, only 25% of what is being said is clear, whereas 75% is guesswork, having to connect the context, try and guess. So when you're guessing, just imagine the conversation is moving on, but you are guessing. We are slightly behind and we have to catch up to what's being said. That can be a very, very tough job, tough thing to do. At this point, I just want to, relate. I get reminded of my colleague who was profoundly deaf, but had the opportunity to have really, really good hearing aids right from a young age. Had early intervention right from age 5. So he turned deaf at 5, which means he had language, but then he turned profoundly deaf. He had good hearing aids and had to then start lip reading. He would speak, he would lip read. He would insist that nobody sign, that he can lip read. But after a few meetings that we had, he then asked us to start using a little bit of gestures and signs, because he found it really difficult to cope with understanding all of the context. And look at it also at the other side, right? You wouldn't want to constantly say, okay, can you repeat it? What is it about? It kind of puts the deaf people also at a slightly not so happy place, right? Having to ask every time. But nevertheless, a lot of people do use lip reading who have been able to work with it really well. It works well with one-on-one discussions. In group discussions, it may be that much more difficult. So understanding that, you know, there is a deaf person within our group, having, making sure that people speak one after the other or one at a time is important, right? Some considerations need to be taken. Okay. Yes, cultural difference. And the other thing is also, like one of our other presenters, lovely presenters, did mention 75% of guesswork. They also mentioned that. They also talked about, you know, having mustaches or beards or chewing something while speaking. All that also affects the understanding through lip reading. The flow of conversation and the context is important, very true. The conversation won't be interesting. Yes, because you're trying hard to understand what is being said and not lose focus and be left behind, right? Yes, it can be tiresome and a lot of work. I've been asked a question by Noor Azri. Any great hearing aids with moderate cost that you can share with us? Which country are you from, Noor? Maybe then I can look up something that is
Malaysia.
Malaysia?
Yeah.
Yes, if any of the other participants from Malaysia have that information, please do share with Noor. I can probably check with others to see if they can share some information with you. Okay, so lip reading is not easy. It is a skill that needs to be learned. And the more we master it, the better. And it has its own challenges. 75% of lip reading is guesswork. And there is cultural context. And there is also the lip patterns. So just because a child is very good at lip reading within the classroom, it may not be so that the child is able to perform equally well outside in a common area or an environment elsewhere than school or home. Okay, with that understanding, we move on to the next one. Is this shared? Okay. Sharing. Okay, ready for the next one? Here it comes. Sign language is the same all over the world. Sign language is the same. Sign language is visual, right? So all over the world should be same. No? And is it a language? Right? We say sign language. So does it have all the components of language? Let's see. False. I've got a lot of people saying false. The majority is saying false. I'm liking it. It's really quick responses now from the first question, from the first statement. Now the responses are much faster. Okay, there are some chat messages also coming. All right, we will stop the poll in a couple of seconds now. Jasmine, yes, we can share it with you. We can share the summary of all the misconceptions later on with you. I'll ask our team to share it with you, sure. Definitely. All right, so I think we can end the poll now. Majority, 70% of the responses are saying it is false. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Shalini says there is no universal sign language. Different sign languages are used in different countries or region. There are more than 300 different sign languages in use around the world. That's Han-Ho. Thank you. And it is like the verbal languages. Mithawi says, yes, let me go up and see. Some use one hand and the other use two hands. Okay, so what is the right answer? It is false. Sign language is not universal. It is not the same across the world. Like we have different languages in different countries, we have different sign languages as well across the world. Some examples can be the Indian Sign Language that we use here, British Sign Language being used in the UK, American Sign Language, and we've got Australian Sign Language, and so on and on. We can go on. Like one person said, there are more than 300 sign languages. I am not sure of that number, but thank you for sharing that. So why do sign languages change from place to place? It's visual. It contains gestures. Why would it be different? Right, it depends on the culture as well. Thank you, Cham. It does depend on the culture. It depends on even, let us talk about some common gestures across the world as well. We've got lots of common gestures, right? Like we say, hi, or hello, or thank you, right? And we say like this. While we find it common, there are some gestures which have really opposing meaning in different places, right? So just like gestures are not common all the time, sign languages are not common. They're very much dependent on the culture. If to give a little more understanding, even in India, though we say Indian Sign Language, we have different variations across. And the variations are good. It's like, I don't know about Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and all of the other countries you all are from. Do you have variations in your own spoken language? Yes, and that holds true for sign languages as well. And that is because of the cultural differences, the really minute differences also that comes there. For example, I'll give you in India, the days of the week, the way it is being signed is different in different places. Simply because that particular area or that particular district or rural area or wherever we are, on a Monday, there is a specific ritual or a specific day that they observe. So they relate to that. And a sign is developed for that. So going back a little, how did sign languages come about? It is when deaf people started to communicate, started to express. So something that they saw visually, which we call as iconic, when we represent something the way it looks or the way it functions or the way it is supposed to, what should I say? Yeah, look and function, I will use that. So when you say a bed, what do you say bed, or how do you say go to sleep? I think it's, if I say sleep, or I'll say bed and sleep, or sleep, but then all of that actually has eyes closing. So it is representing something, right? So that's how it developed, and it is different in different places. So in my place, we say Monday as Monday, because there is on Mondays you have the day where you tie a certain thread when you pray to the God. So you Monday, and then you say Tuesday, because you pray to a different God on a Tuesday. So these are cultural differences. And all of this put together, it's complex. I mean, learning languages, we have a whole subject to learn, right? Going into linguistics and all of that. We're not going to do that here, but just to understand. So it's culturally different, and so the languages are different. Okay. All right. And the languages that have influenced most across the world, there are two languages which have influenced the most, but not to say that they are the major influence for all languages, all sign languages across the world, but the two main is ASL and BSL. ASL is American Sign Language and BSL is British Sign Language. ASL uses for alphabet, and all of these are representing the English language on the hands. It is the English alphabet, not even the language. I wouldn't go language. English alphabet on the hand, right? So ASL uses one hand shapes for representing it, whereas BSL uses two hands to represent the alphabet on the hands. Yeah. So India is influenced by BSL mostly, with two hands, whereas I think in Malaysia and some of the other countries you have ASL influence, right? The one hand. Okay. I'm just reading the chat messages quickly. It depends on culture. However, if we are talking about basic universal sign, it is understood by many. Yes. Oh, right. And that reminds me to also talk to you about something called IS. International sign. Okay. So one may come up with this question. We have international meetings. We have international conferences that are held by the World Federation of the Deaf, which is a federation for all deaf associations around the world. So they hold conferences, they hold events what happens at that point in time? So many deaf people from different countries with different sign languages coming there. How do they communicate? Are there sign language interpreters for each country? No, it doesn't happen that way. That is the time when they use a system. This is not a language, but a system. It's called the International Sign System, which is a repository of signs which are borrowed from different sign languages, so that there is a common system of communication, which is most common from different sign languages. Yes, and there is a system made that's called the International Sign System. It is not a language because it was not evolved naturally, but it is borrowing of most common signs across different sign languages for the ease of communicating in any big conferences or international events where a lot of deaf people from different countries would be there. Okay, Ida says, just for sharing, in Malaysia, we use KOD. I'm sorry if I'm not able to pronounce it. Kot Tangan Bahasa Melayu. I hope I got that right. Don't laugh at me. Special Education, MOE, Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia, Malaysia Federation of the Deaf. Thank you for that information. So you're saying that there is a Malaysian Deaf Federation and they use a specific sign language, right? And also the Education Ministry promotes that sign language for teaching deaf children. Did I get that right? And that was from Ida. Okay. I'll wait for her to respond later. Rosalina says different dialects are used in different states in Malaysia. Yes, thank you. Nor Mazia says different countries use different sign languages. Used in different sign are used in different countries or regions. Yes. Ms. Meetha, how to sign greeting in India? Good morning. Is it the same as ASL? We say, okay, again, that has a lot of variations in India, but I will take this one that is used most commonly. It is good morning. So if you all can do it along with me, if you are interested, good and morning. And can somebody guess why this is morning? It's representing the sun.
The sun rising.
Sun
up.
rising.
Yeah, right, absolutely. Sun rising. So what do you think could be for good afternoon? Somebody can guess. Good? Afternoon? Okay. Good afternoon. Good try. That's fun. We're still representing the sun in our hand. So where is the sun going to be in the afternoon? Yeah, I think Ida got it there. Ida, I can see you signing. I am sorry if I can't see the others because you all are running up to 6 pages on my screen. So what I think I should do is hide non-video participants so I can see the ones on video. Yes, now I got you all here. Sorry for that. Good afternoon. Try again, please. Good.
Afternoon.
Okay, someone says good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good.
Good afternoon. I see all of that. Good afternoon. I see someone saying that. All right. So it's good. Good try. Really good try. Thank you. It's good afternoon. It's right at the top of my head. The sun is right on top, shining on us. Yeah. So it's good afternoon. Okay. What would good evening be? Okay, good evening. That's ASL, right? Yes, that's ASL. Good evening. That's ASL. Now that you've seen in Indian Sign Language, it's good morning, good afternoon. What do you guess good evening is going to be? In similar lines like this, okay. Sad, that it's evening. Okay, so good evening. It's just coming slightly down. It's still in the horizon. It hasn't gone down yet. Yeah, so it's good evening. The hand is still there with the sun, hasn't gone down yet. And when it really goes down the horizon into the seas to a different part of the country, it becomes good night. Good night. The sun is down. So visually representative, right? That's why I love sign language. It's so beautiful. Okay, thank you so much for participating with me. Thank you. You all are so enthusiastic and I love that. Okay, so school in Malaysia uses finger coded while Malaysian sign language is used outside the school. Thank you, Rosalina, for explaining that. Yes. Me too. I love sign language, Laura says. Okay, great. So what did we see then? So sign languages are not the same across the globe. There are different sign languages in different countries, and they are culturally dependent and naturally formed languages, which is why there is variation. Though we say there is ASL influence or BSL influence, why is it not ASL and BSL across the world? It is not, because there is influence, but it is naturally developed in that country because of their own language and culture. Okay, right. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next one. And before that, yes, what is IS? IS is International Sign. It is a system, not a language, and it is borrowed. It is signs borrowed, which are very common across the country, most common across the country for international events or conferences. Okay. Let's go on quickly then to question 5. Statement 5. Keep reminding myself. Okay. Sign language is a gestural representation of a spoken language. If that statement is not clear, let me just say this again. Sign language is representing a spoken language on hands or the body. A gestural representation of a spoken language. I'm just looking down to see how much time we have. Okay. Okay, responses are coming in fast and we have majority saying it's true and a few saying false. Okay. All right, we'll soon close the poll. We'll give it a few more seconds while I take a sip of water. You didn't receive the poll, Christine? I'm so sorry. I don't know why. Okay, but I see your response here. You say it's false. Okay. Right. That's strange. That's strange that you didn't receive it. I'm sorry about that. Okay. We'll end the poll now. Okay, right. So 90% say it's true, while 10% of the respondents say it is false. Well, can somebody tell me why they would think it is true? If somebody would like to express. Anybody, you can actually use the chat, or if you want to speak is also fine.
Yes, ma'am. Both languages are giving the same meaning as well.
Okay, all right. Both the sign language and a spoken language gives the same meaning. So you think this is true. Thank you. Thank you for your response, Devi. Anyone else have a different response to why you think it is true? Okay, so let me read what is there in the comments as well. I mean, the chat. Okay, Christine said it is false. Many of them said true. Nugent says sign language is a language of its own, which, unlike spoken language, has its rules and grammatical structure. There is Devi's answer. She gave the same in the chat. Noor says it is true because it is the only way that being accepted during evaluation. You mean in school while learning? I think that's what you're saying. Okay, Aina says sign language has face expression. Okay, Rosanna says it can almost represent the spoken words. Christine, can I share? Yes, Christine. Your answer you said is false. Yes, please do tell us why you think it's false.
I just think it's false. Just correct me if I'm wrong.
Mhm.
Because for me, sign language is a non-verbal language. And
Mhm.
spoken language, on the other hand, is a verbal language. So each language, the sign and the spoken, have both a unique and or different ruling, distinction, or grammar, or arrangement, or the how we express it, whether through signing or nonverbal, or whether verbal or speaking the word or the language. So I guess they are somehow related, but not really represent each other, because they are unique in the sense that it's verbal and the other is not. So that's my idea.
Right. Thank you, Christine. Thank you for explaining that. And you're so right. It is false. And it may sound slightly unsure, but let me try and clarify that for you. Let's take an example of English and Malaysia's language is Bahasa. Am I right? Or is that the language in most of the countries? I'm sorry for my ignorance, but
Yes, yes.
yes, everywhere.
Bahasa.
Okay, Bahasa, right. So can you say that English and Bahasa are very similar?
No.
No. Can you, like a sentence structure, what is your name? Does it literally translate in Bahasa? Does it follow the structure? What is your name? Yeah,
Apa?
that is in signing. Ida is doing it in signing. She's saying, what is your name? That is in signing. But let's look at not the Bahasa sign language, but the spoken Bahasa. Yeah, of English and spoken Bahasa, right? Is it, what is your name? And in Bahasa also, what is your name? Same structure? Yes, yes. Okay, all right, great. So most of the English structure is the same in Bahasa. It follows the same structure. Are there any sentences that won't follow completely?
Can I share? Can I say something?
Do you have is, the? Like in English, we have is, and, the articles and all of that. Do you have it in Bahasa? Do you have a word that really literally translates it in Bahasa? Yes. The in Bahasa? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Great. So here are two similar languages that we have. But in sign languages and a spoken language, the reason we say that it is not a gestural representation of English or any other language. Sign languages, natural sign languages, don't have some of the grammatical elements in a spoken language or a written language. Like, for example, in sign language, actually, we don't have is or the articles and the.
And the, yes, that's right.
It's actually not there. But what we are doing and what Ms. Ida has shown is a representation for educational purpose, for teaching the structure of English. But if you look at the natural signing that most deaf people would do to communicate, it really does not have the same structure. So what we are now looking at is two uses of sign language, right? One is the natural communication method that we use, and the other is that we use it for teaching purposes. So if we want children to learn a written language or a spoken language, then you use sign language to teach it. But the sign language is different. Say, for example, I want to teach you Hindi, which is one of the languages in India. Now, if I'm going to teach you Hindi, I'm going to rely on Bahasa. I am going to give references to Bahasa. So this word means this, and this is the sentence structure. In Bahasa, you would say this, right? So that is teaching. But if you were to come to India and talk in Hindi, it will be the local colloquial Hindi, the way it is, with pluses and minuses. You can just take off some, do contractions. Yeah, all of that beautiful elements of a language, right? So it is a myth and a misconception because many a times sign language is looked at as a support to learn a spoken language. It is not a support. It is a language in its own right. Okay, what we are doing for teaching, we're doing transliteration. We're doing a transliteration, not a translation. We're doing a transliteration for teaching writing. Okay, I hope you're along with me on this. I can see some expressions which I'm not sure if I'm coming through. Okay, Christine is here. She's raised her hand. Yes, Christine.
Yes, in addition, in my opinion, because the deaf people have two, say, language acquisition for their L1 or first language, that is the sign language. And then for their L2 or the second language acquisition, that is the written language. So it depends on the country or the place where they are at. So could be their written will be English, written language, or Filipino in Philippines, or Hindi in India, and the rest of the other countries of the world. So
right.
Yes, that's it.
Thank you, Christine. Yes, that's right. L1 and L2, we will talk about that shortly as well when we talk of teaching strategies and what are the different communication methods that we will use for teaching. Right, so sign language is not dependent. So what it literally means is if the sign language is a gestural representation of a spoken language, that means sign language is depending on another language. Sign language can't stand alone is what it really means by that statement. Okay. We also see that one is for regular conversations, what is used, and another is used for teaching reading, writing. when we use the language for two different purposes, it is in a different way. So for teaching, yes, you would want to do a literal transliteration of a spoken or a written language for teaching purposes. Okay, but sign language in itself is not dependent on a spoken language and visually representing a spoken language. I hope that's clear, okay? Sign language is a language on its own. It's got its own grammatical structure. It has got its own elements there. For example, how do you say, what is your name in, okay, no, what is your name? I think Miss Ida already showed me. Let me take something else. I met him yesterday. Yesterday? Okay, can you, yeah, great. I have two people signing. Can I just request Blessy? If you can all look at Blessy. Yesterday. Okay, thank you. Yes, Ida, you were going to sign? Miss Ida? I met him yesterday. Ah, right. So, okay, so we have two different ones that came. So yesterday, yesterday meet him. Yeah, right. Yesterday meet him, and said, I met him yesterday, right? Oh, yesterday, right. Okay, so two different variations that we're seeing here, but great. So you can see that it can be signed in two different ways. One, Miss Ida was doing it exactly like, yes, Laurie, sorry, I miss seeing you. Meet yesterday, meet yesterday. Oh, meet him yesterday. Yeah, that's right. Yes. Okay. So this is him, I think, man to represent man. Man. Okay. Woman. Woman?
Mom, this is yesterday. We did it
Oh, this is
yesterday.
yesterday. Okay.
Meet him yesterday.
Ah, meeting yesterday. Okay, right. Thank you. Right. So we can see it's different, right? It's different, but it all means the same. And it's not dependent on any other language. It's got its own way to sign. Okay. And facial expressions, body language carry most of the grammatical elements in sign language. And the intonation that is there in the voice that we do is carried again in the way that we say something. So if I say that, oh my God, he's so slow in writing. So how do we say it in the voice? So slow. So we drag it. How do we do that in sign? Or you say, yeah, you drag, it's so representative, slow. Or if he's fast, he's riding the bicycle so fast. You don't say fast, cycle fast. You don't say. Yeah, you just do it. So, but when you look at it, the cycle is there being represented. That's it. But where is the grammatical? Fast. Where is fast? I haven't signed fast. It's all in the expression, in the way that I say it. Yeah. Or if it is bumpy, he was riding fast on a bumpy road. Yeah, so the road is bumpy and my cycle is just going up and down, and that's it. It's just one sign. But the sentence is so long. he was riding on a bumpy road really fast, right? So all of that. Sometimes because of the lack of awareness and understanding of sign language, it is considered that it has to be dependent on another language because they are unable to read into or identify the different grammatical elements. Okay, great. So we've established that sign language is a language of its own right and is not dependent on any spoken language. And it can be gesturally representative of a spoken language for teaching purposes. All right. Thank you. Quick time check. Yes, we do have time. All right, I'll move on to the next question or statement. I get that wrong all the time. The next statement is all deaf people use sign language to communicate. Okay, we're having responses coming, 37% saying true. Poll is still on though, but yeah, so far 60, a little more than 60 saying false, around 40 saying true. Still around that range, 40% saying true, 60% saying false. Jasmine says false. There are institutions teaching deaf learners how to speak. Yes. Okay, I think that was a really fast one. False. Nugent says false. If they have hearing aids, they can use spoken language to communicate. Okay, Normazia also says false. Okay, I think we can close the poll now. All right, so I can see a 60-40. 60% saying false and 40% saying true. Okay. All right, yes, this is also I wouldn't say a myth, but a misconception maybe, that all deaf people use sign language. There are many deaf people who prefer not to use sign language. They use hearing aids or cochlear implants and would prefer to use the spoken language, probably because of their training, the support that they have received earlier on, their hearing capabilities, and they are seeing benefits from use of hearing aid and speaking. I have colleagues who are postlingually deaf, who use hearing aids and speak, but when they want to listen to somebody else speak, they would use a sign language interpreter. So we have people having those kind of choices as well. So they will use their voice to speak, but use a sign language interpreter to understand what somebody else is saying. And this shows the hearing aids are not so useful at that time for them to understand what is being said because of the hearing loss. But since they are postlingually deaf, they had the language and they had the ability to speak. So they continue to use the speech, but use sign language interpreter to relay the information back to them. And we have other colleagues who use sign language completely for any kind of communication. And also we have other colleague who uses lip reading and hearing aid for understanding and use of her own voice for speaking. She seldom uses sign language interpreters, She understands very little of sign language, though she is profoundly deaf right from her birth. She's not postlingually deaf. So there are various combinations and choices that deaf people have for communication. So it is a misconception. And why is it important to know this? Because while giving intervention or while giving any communication support, it could be either in school, it could be either in meetings, conferences, wherever, we need to know the communication option or choices of people. Just because we say deaf people are going to be part of this program, let's get a sign language interpreter. Not all deaf people are going to be able to access signing because of their communication choices. Or if we say, yes, we have deaf participants, so let's use captions, let's use subtitles. They're going to be able to access it. That's what is the most suited for deaf people. Well, there are some deaf people who may not be able to read so fluently because of the pace in which communication or conversations go. It can go really fast for them, may not be able to read all of it. More like, lip reading. Just imagine lip reading and reading captions. And they may need signing. So we need to know what are the communication choices. Now that probably could sound like it's for adults. Let's look at children. Even in school, when we say, okay, there's a deaf child, we get an interpreter, educational interpreter into the classroom. We need to know if the child knows signing. Okay, if the child has had any exposure to signing, because otherwise it is like placing a different language interpreter in the classroom where the child is trying to learn. Okay, let me give you an example. Like you're going to a class to learn Hindi. You haven't learned Hindi yet. You have to be taught Hindi, but you have an Hindi interpreter there teaching you. Yeah, it's not going to work. Sign language interpreters will be useful when the child has some signing experience, exposure, understanding of language, because what subject we're teaching, what is the child's language capacity, will the sign language interpreter be able to support that? So all of these considerations need to be taken into account. Many a times I have seen cases where we want to do surveys or information gathering from deaf children, and we bring an interpreter and you don't get the results. Yeah, just for lack of understanding of the communication needs. Okay, so we've established not all deaf people use sign language. The choices will be different, may be different. So we need to understand and consider their communication need. All right. Okay. Let me quickly look at the chat. Oh, all my students have hearing aids, but still they don't want to use sign language, even though us teachers always encourage them to speak vocal, or they still want to use sign language. So they speak to teachers, but when any among them, only among themselves, they sign. Yeah, I will share something interesting about that. That is why they are not deaf and mute, rather they are deaf. It is their advocacy. Correct, yes. Madam Fatima Zara, thank you. You're here today. I'm so happy. Yeah, Nurul Ziani, same goes with my pupil. She says, Rosalina, sign language is the natural language of deaf, as spoken languages for the normal. Okay, can I suggest we use hearing rather than normal? Sometimes I feel, the opposite of normal. If I'm not normal, then what am I? Am I abnormal? It's just a tiny little change, if that's possible. Okay, Ida says, usually deaf people use sign language because while they are in deaf community, there is no way other than sign language, even though they use normal language. Right, okay. Meetha, we sign language in classroom, you mean in mainstream school? Yes, that's what I mean in mainstream school, yes. That is where I think there is a need of sign language interpreter and educational sign language interpreters need. Yes, Meetha, thank you for clarifying that. Christine says in PH, Philippines, we use special student and regular student. Okay, all right. We'll go by what is the local preference and understanding. I prefer to use typical pupil. Okay, Madam Fatima. All right. Yes, and just to relate to what Nurul, I'm sorry, I'm not getting your name. I'm not used to the other Asian names. I'm sorry. Okay, so my dad, he went to a deaf school, which very strictly promoted only spoken language. They used to go for speech therapy classes every day as part of their school curriculum. They used to go. But when they are with their friends, they would sign, and they would catch those moments when the teacher is towards the board. They'll just quickly sign, and the teacher turns back to them. They will stop. The teacher knows it, of course. And the reason being is, that's so much more comfortable. So much more comfortable. You can express yourself easily without, any difficulty. Just to understand also, spoken language is not, it's not like it's not good or sign language is the only thing that is good. Some benefit, some don't. While we are trying to, normalize it, that everyone needs to have speech therapy or trying to forcefully say that you should only do one method. Why not the others? Why not a combination? Why not a combination of what is needed at a particular time? So that there is a flexibility, and it is a skill that the child will also probably learn and understand, okay, this particular situation, I will use this skill of mine. I will speak at this situation. I will use sign language at this situation. Why not have that? Right? The choice for them. There was this really close friend of our family who had a deaf baby girl. So the family said, you need to go with speech therapy because the family is the first point of contact and information giver is the medical practitioners. The first thing that, or the first person they go to will be the medical practitioner. And their advice or recommendation would be the medical route to go with hearing aids or a cochlear implant and have therapy, which is not wrong, but there is another option which is never given, right? And it is already looked down upon as, okay, not a so good option. So this pair, these friends of mine, they sent the girl, she was profoundly deaf. She was sent to a school that focused only on oral method, which is the listening and speaking, oralism, like we know. And she was there for 5 years. And she learned probably about 15, 20 words in 5 years. What does a hearing child of 5 years know? How many words will a hearing child of 5 years know? And this girl, it's not like this girl was not sent to school in her early years. She was, when she was 1 year old, she was sent to school, to that school, and she was there for 5 years. So that is in some ways considered as one of the better early interventions, though it didn't start at 6 months or 3 months old, which would have been the ideal, started at 1 year. But still she got just 15 words and the mother was so devastated. She came back to me, she said, what do I do now? I want to put her in a sign language school because I was happy that I put her in a oral school, where her language will develop, but it is such a slow process for that profoundly deaf girl. She couldn't cope with it, right? And the family is devastated because she knows just so much. She's not able to compete with the others. And those years have gone by because it takes a lot of effort to get that one pronunciation right, that sound right every time. And there are 26 alphabet in English, but the sounds are different, right? And then each of those sounds needs to be pronounced right every time. Then you get the words. It is time taking. Not that it's not effective. It's not effective for all. It is definitely an additional support. That's why we need to look at options that are best suited for children. Okay, so no one thing is lesser than the other. Okay, all right. Great, so that established. Move on to the next one. Profound hearing loss, as we know, more than 90 decibels of sound cannot be heard. All right, so deaf people with profound hearing loss, people with 90 dB or more of hearing loss, which means they cannot hear sounds that are lower than 90 dB, lesser than 90 dB. The sounds need to be so loud, more than 90 dB to be, for them to be able to hear. That's what it means to say if they have 90 dB hearing loss. So a child or people with profound hearing loss, and especially those who were born with it, cannot speak. So we have 60% saying true and 40% saying false. Okay. Yes, it remains that even after a little more responses, it's 60-40. All right, so I'll end the poll now. Thank you for your response. Okay, just have a look at the scores there and I will just close it. Okay. All right, we feel or we think that they cannot speak. Okay, it is not true, actually. It is not true that profoundly deaf and those who are born with it cannot speak. I think we talked about it in some of the earlier slides in our discussion that it is the hearing that is affected. So hearing loss or hearing impairment or deafness actually is because of defects or issues or problems with the hearing apparatus, not the vocal apparatus. And then why aren't they able to speak then? They are able to speak, but not as a hearing person would speak, like the way we speak in the pace and the volume that we speak. They do speak, but in what is called a deaf voice. It's called a deaf voice. I'll just type it here if I have not been heard clearly. So their speech may not be as clear as a hearing person's speech. And the reason for that is simply because of, if I have not heard the sound clearly, I am pronouncing it the way that I know best or I understand best. And even after I pronounce it, am I able to hear what I am saying? That is the feedback that goes back into through the ears, comes back through the ears for the brain to then process and say, well, yes, what you're saying is right. And that's how it is supposed to be. The hearing, in the first case, the input itself is not clear. Because of the hearing loss, we have amplification, but to what extent? The amplification we know does not restore or bring the hearing to the normal hearing levels. So with whatever hearing we have, we're hearing sounds and we are practicing it through pronouncing it. And it is only visual yes or no that therapists would give. But what about later, right? Sometimes when therapy is over, but then it doesn't go lifelong. What about after, when you're trying to pronounce new words on your own? There is no feedback or clear feedback, if I may say so, right? So the understanding for us to have is the vocal apparatus is not at fault. It is working fine. It is the hearing apparatus that has a problem. It is because that hearing plays a vital role to give feedback on what is being spoken or said, what is being practiced. That is why you will hear deaf voices, which don't sound like a hearing person, but doesn't mean they can't speak. Right? So that is it. Now, how can they get to speak? We say, yes, they can speak, but if there isn't enough therapy and support, like we said, how do you pronounce? For profoundly deaf, my mom, let me take my mom's example. She is profoundly deaf. She was born deaf. Even my father, both of them, they had speech therapy classes in school. My mom went to school only up to 4th grade because in those days, this is way back in 1960s that I'm talking about, 1950s and 60s, where they didn't have school beyond 4th grade or 8th grade. So she went to school and had speech therapy classes. Then she had homeschooling for some time, with speech therapy. So she knows to pronounce the sounds, right? She can pronounce it. It won't be clear. I can understand because I've been with her for so many years. People who've been with her for many years know her, would understand, right? She can pronounce, but she won't be able to understand what the word is unless she's seen it or she's, she knows the meaning of it. Even today, you give her a new word, she will be able to pronounce it correctly because she knows the sounds that each letter produces. She puts them together and she can read it. So what this also has, gives us understanding is just because a child is able to pronounce words or is able to say out a word doesn't mean they've understood it. That's a different, deeper understanding we need to get when we get into teaching. But I just thought I should bring it up here. So hope that is clear. I'm reading, yes, I'm reading the chat here. I know some profound person, he can speak, but not clearly with CI. Oh, Metavi, okay. It depends on background of parent of how to practice and support. Yes, Metavi. Can I ask you to just elaborate your first chat message? You said, I know some profound, he can speak, but not clearly with CI. That means he has a cochlear implant. Even then, he is not able to speak clearly. Am I right? Yes, and that is because he is unable to access what we term as normal hearing speech. He's not able to access it. He doesn't know what that normal is. For him, what he is saying is normal because that's what he gets feedback and that's what he understands and he's saying it back. But that's not any less than any of us speaking, right? Okay, they can actually, Christine says they can actually speak, but not as regular as we are, and they will have speech delays and have language delays due to hearing loss, profound or not. Absolutely, yes. My students use cute speech, Rosalina Ahmed says. Thank you, madam. Do they also have a deaf voice or do they speak like a normal person's voice would sound like? I'll wait for her response. Maybe in the chat, Eugene says she doesn't know the concept of it. Yes, that is, I think you're referring to my mom. Yes. She has, if it's a new word and she doesn't know the meaning of it, she can pronounce it really well. She wouldn't know the meaning. We'll have to tell her, like all of us, if we read a new word, not that we are all scholars and know the dictionary like the back of our hand, we're all learning. We learn and we see a new word, we know to read it, but we don't know the meaning of it, right? And it's just like that. Just because I read it doesn't mean I understand it. Okay, so Mohammad Fauzi says, regularly profound, cannot speak, cannot imitate sound, only special case, and talented can speak. Yeah, talented and someone who has had practice. I don't think it is not an inborn talent or so, or a flair for it. It is the amount of practice as well. I would, talent and practice, I would say. Yeah, my students won't, Laurie says. I think that was, I didn't get the message completely though. Sorry, Laurie's. Rosalina Ahmed says, those with moderate hearing can speak quite clearly and the understanding is fairly well. Yes, that's true. Mohammad Fauzi, early intervention is key. Absolutely key. That's right. Rigid training since childhood. My students who are born profound deaf talk differently. They can shout, but when it comes to seeing words, they sound bubbly. Sorry, ma'am, tablet is messed up. I know tablets, yeah, devices just can go awry anytime. Okay, this message that I would like to talk about also. What is this? Yes. So what understanding we have also now got from all the different examples is the sounds have to be practiced a lot, and how to put a word or letters together to form a word and read it, that can happen. So we've got speech therapy that's different, or for oral therapy, if I may say so. And then you've got a language development therapy. So they are slightly different. Speech is to produce the sound, whereas the language is to understand words and the structure of language, right? So speech is, I think, a smaller part of the entire therapy session, where the sound, producing of sounds is being set right. Once that is done, the next, it's not next, actually, it is together. The goal is for language development to happen. For them to be able to read, they've got the speech sounds clarified, they can read it, but are they reading it with meaning, with understanding? So that is where the language development role comes into play. That is where we need to focus extensively also. Yes, Laurie goes on to say, I have a student right now. I just ask him to say mama and papa, and his sound more different now than before pandemic because of lack of practice speaking at home for 2 years. Yes, it shows how practice can, lack of it can actually deter. Okay, so we'll quickly move on to the next one, if that is clear. Deaf people with profound hearing loss, especially those born deaf, cannot speak is not true. They have the capability to speak, but not how we may think as hearing people would speak. We term it as normal because we think it's normal, but yeah, they can nevertheless speak with something that is called as a deaf voice. And it is different again for different levels of hearing loss. Even profound hearing loss children can be taught to speak. Okay, move on to the next one. I'm launching it. The statement is, learning sign language affects speech development. Okay, excuse me for just a minute. I will just put off my camera and speaker. Just give me a minute and I'll be back with you soon. I'm back and thank you for your response. So learning sign language affects or deters speech development. We have half and half almost. Half of us feel it's true, half of us feel it's false. Okay, and this has got most of the responses so far. An interesting one. All right, so I'll end the poll now. Okay, would somebody want to comment on this? Anybody? Because we've got half and half. Let me share the results for you to see. Okay. Okay, would somebody want to say why we think it affects or deters speech development? You can use the chat or feel free to turn on your mic and speak to us. This is a common question or common understanding or misunderstanding that a lot of people have. Okay. All right. So we don't have any message so far. Okay, Christine there. Speech learning and sign learning are two different types of learning. True. Yes. Laurie's, it does not affect. When we teach them sign, we also teach them the sound of the alphabets and words. Right. Thank you, Laurie's. Suganti says, affects in good way. They might feel more confident to have conversation with others, and this confidence will lead to improving their speaking level. Great. Thank you for that, Suganti. And Afra says, I think it would not affect the speech development. If anything, I am assuming it will help speech articulation better. Okay. Articulation, right. That's interesting. Yes. Teng Wei Ping says, speech learning affected by hearing loss, but not by sign language. Thank you. Thank you for your comments there. Before we say what is right, what's the wrong understanding or misconception there, let us look at why this comes about. There is a particular choice that is being made by who for the children? By the parents. It is the parents who take the choice for the child, and that carries on for years to come unless there is a change in between. So the parents take the choice, and the choice, if it is to develop speech and be able to speak, in the hope that they will be as normal as others. Yes, that is the feeling that parents would have, and the reason to take the choice. They would take the choice, whereas children may then meet other deaf children or see other deaf people signing, and they start signing. So the question arises then, don't sign. If you sign, you're not going to be able to speak, you're not going to speak. It is also because probably they have seen that the child prefers to sign more than speak. Use sign more than speaking. Let us look at ourselves. We are now using English, which I think that most of us have a different language at home that we use. We are using English right now. We are talking. We have a different language that we speak at home. When you're angry the most, what language do you use? Or when you're sad and you want to express something to your friend, your mother, what do you use? You use a language that you're comfortable in. You use a language through which you are able to express yourself best. Or so we think that we're expressing best because we're comfortable. And that's the way to look at this, right? If the sign language is actually promoting them to be able to express themselves, be culturally appropriate in conversations, have good social communications and conversations, emotional discussions, and also learn. Why not? Why not? It doesn't affect the learning of speech development. It is a choice. It is a choice. It is like I am learning cricket and to play the guitar. I'm learning both. I may have an inclination towards another. Yeah, I'm learning both. I will do both. I may just incline to do one thing more than the other. Yeah, or something that gives me satisfaction or confirmation that I'm doing well in it. Right? Okay, so we're going slightly deeper now. So when we do speech and language therapies, or if we are teaching speech to children and language also, what is the way that we are developing it? Is it in an interesting way? Is it in a way that the child enjoys? The child is able to see the benefit of it, is able to have conversations because of that. So where we are going to right now is language. So what is language? Language is a building of words. It is a combination of words, nevertheless. But remember how we learned language. How did we learn language? We heard our parents talk all the time. They didn't come and just say a few words, point at something and just point and say words. They talked in sentences, meaningful sentences. And we got all of that. Though we didn't reproduce it immediately as we grew, we knew what the sentences meant, how the sentences had to be said. So when we're teaching language also, we focus on teaching the word, but never ever to forget to have conversations with the child relating to the word that has been taught or the words that have been taught. Otherwise, it's so isolated, such an isolated way of learning, and it doesn't benefit the child. The child doesn't know how to use those words now to have conversations. The child loses interest in learning. And what is the learning? It's happening through the speech method, and it is not an aversion to speech, but the way that the child is experiencing the learning. So if the sign language is so much more easier, so much more visual, so much more easily accessible, with ease, I don't have to put the effort to look at the lips, or I don't have to strain my ears to make sure I'm listening correctly and I'm responding the way that the other person wants to hear my speech to be. All of that is playing in the head, in that child's brain, right? And sign language probably is that much more easier, right? So we cannot put a blanket around it and say that sign language deters the development of speech, but to understand the nuances of why sign language may be preferred as a language to communicate by deaf people rather than speech. But I have seen, and the examples that I've given of my colleagues, they love to speak. That's how they feel best, that they want to communicate and express themselves. But to get somebody else's expression, they will need a sign language interpreter because they feel comfortable. They have to strain otherwise using their hearing aid, and they don't get half of the information maybe. Right? So it is a choice. One doesn't deter the other. It doesn't deter the other. And I think We are slowly able to understand, and even parents are slowly able to get an understanding that once a choice is made, they don't have to, feel sad that they've made that choice and they can't change it. It's not that way. It is not set in stone. And it doesn't always have to be one or the other. It can be more than one. Whatever is beneficial. And what do we need for the child actually? We need language. And whichever gets the language faster and in a pace that they can be at the same level. We need to understand that if the child is able to speak, is able to hear, is the child able to hear everything all the time? Is the child able to hear everything all the time? That sentence is quite, has quite a lot of meaning in it. Okay, so I hope that is clarified. So it is a misconception that learning one language. So what we again are going back to is sign language is a language. It is not a support, or it is not just a combination of gestures. It is a language. And it is a language that we are saying that the child are lacking. Children are lacking language. If they are getting a language which is sign language, we need to be happier actually than sad that they're having a medium or a language through which the brain can process information. Okay, great. We'll move on. Thank you for your participation as always. We have 2 more to go. Absolutely, Christine, thanks for that message. And at times one can amplify the other. Both are different learning. One is not superior than the other. Yes, it is also from instructors, teachers, therapists, and professionals. Children get the vibes. Children get to understand what one is preferring. If we force upon on a particular method or a particular choice, it can also turn into aversion. We know the story. We know the famous story of a really wise man coming and telling the child, I will come back and tell you a story. Okay, till that time, give me 10 minutes. I'm going to come back and tell you a story. But in those 10 minutes of time, you should not think of monkeys. Okay, you should not think of monkeys. And I'll come back and tell you a story. So the wise man goes away, comes back after 10 minutes. What do you think happened? All the 10 minutes, the child was thinking of a monkey. Because we said don't. What we say don't is what attracts. Why is that person saying don't? Let me just try and see what will happen if I do think about it. What is so much in it that we need to think, right? So yeah, that was just something that you can think and make a relation to. Okay, I'll launch the next statement. Placing a deaf student in a mainstream class is inclusive education. Placing a deaf student in a mainstream class is inclusive education. Okay, really quick responses coming. Keep it coming. I'm sorry if you're able to hear any sounds from my end. It's my children who have woken up and started their daily routine. It's 10 here in India time, 10 in the morning. Okay, so we have majority around 75% saying it's true, and 25% saying it's false. Now it's 80-20. Give it a few more seconds. Nugent says inclusion does not mean placing, the term placing. Thank you, Nugent. I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. Please excuse me if I'm not doing it right. It's not intentional. It is the participation, including, and well-being of the child is inclusion. Okay, I think we can stop the poll now. Quite a lot of responses have come in, and it's about 75 and 25%. 75 say true, 75% say true, and 25% say it's false. For truly inclusive education, it is necessary to make adjustments in teaching content and methods to suit the deaf children. Thank you. Yes, and from Indonesia, we have, yes, because every child with a disability can attend an inclusive school. Christine says the statement is false. Placing a deaf student in a mainstream class is inclusive is a false statement. Okay. Right, so majority of us say it's true. I think like Nguyen pointed out, I'm trying, Nguyen pointed out placing, the term placing is key here. So just by enrolling a child into a mainstream classroom, does it indicate that the child is being included and is having an inclusive education? You're right. For those who have mentioned, no, it's not true. Just placing, just enrolling child. We have in India Right to Education Act, where every child has the right to be educated, the right to be enrolled into a school closest to their home. So in that scheme, there were a lot of schools, even in the tiniest of villages, there are schools. And so students can get enrolled into those schools, which means that every child includes deaf child. So a deaf child can also go into the school. The child is in the school, but is the child learning? So when we say inclusive education, it is a wider term encompassing learning as well. At this point, I'll take Christine. Christine, you have your hand raised.
I'll just have my opinion with this. So in mainstreaming classroom, in a mainstream classroom, the special child will adjust to the gen ed system, the general classroom system. But when you say inclusion or inclusive classroom, inclusive education, it's more on pro-SPED students. So the gen ed class will adopt to the SPED student. So it's the other way around. So a mainstream classroom is more on a pro gen ed or regular student. Then there is a special student there who will adopt to the system of the mainstream classroom. And then, but the inclusive education or inclusive classroom, the SPED student or the gen ed student rather will have to adopt with the inclusivity of the classroom where there is a SPED student. That's
great. Yeah, thank you, Christine. I think that was a really interesting way of looking at the, how and who is collaborating and adjusting or working together. More like the models that we spoke of, the medical, the social, and the cultural model. So more so that we are saying that inclusive education, we look at it at a lens where the entire school system, if not just the classroom, is welcoming and adapting and including the deaf child or any other special education need child. True that. So which is why, I mean, at this point, there is a lot of discussion trying to, frame a good definition or understanding of what inclusive education really means. I think there has not been a consensus come to yet, which is universally accepted. But in many different places, many of institutions, many world organizations have tried to define it, tried to encompass, also left it open to say that anything and everything that is possible to do must be done, and only then it is called an inclusive education. So there is no consensus in definition, but we understand from our experience that just enrolling, and when we say enrolling, just placing the child in the classroom. I'll give experiences of my own from my field visits to the rural areas in India, where in the villages, you don't have special schools, you have mainstream schools. And because of the RTE, which is the Right to Education Act, deaf children and everybody in that area had to be enrolled into the school. I'll give you 2 or 3 scenarios and examples. One, extremes also I'll give you. So in one extreme is where the teacher tells, I don't know how to handle this child. I will enroll him. I will give him attendance. Let him just come every day to school. Get the facility of midday meals, which is also provided free of cost for children. Because in the rural areas, the parents are unable to provide for meals due in the day because of their poor economic conditions. So the school provides them free food. So they will give attendance, they can take the free food, but let them go back home or sit in one corner, go play in the ground. But I'm unable to teach the child, is what some of the teachers say. And some others say, well, come, of course, you're welcome, but you can sit at the back seat. Yeah, just observe what is happening. And the child is copying from the board. The teacher is teaching the way she would teach. The other students are very active. They are raising their hand, wanting to comment, discuss, converse, but the deaf child doesn't. He's copying from the board. And there is another extreme also where teachers want to work with the child, but the ratio is so that, there's only one deaf child, but there are 40 other hearing children there in the classroom. So how do I give time to the deaf child? So these are all different scenarios that I have seen. And the learning is so different from one to the other. So we understand just enrollment is not enough. And that is what the placing means. You just place the child, but you are not adapting the teaching, the classroom, the environment. It is a holistic support that needs to encourage a learning environment for a deaf child. So some of the ways that mainstream schools can provide for the deaf child. I know many of you teachers are from mainstream schools. How do you manage that? How do you manage deaf children in your classrooms? Let me read some of the chats. I'm sure some interesting information is there. Yes, from Indonesia, inclusion is education for everyone without discrimination. For children with hearing impairments, to be given interventions that are in accordance with their characteristics and require special programs. That's right, thank you. Christine says, inclusive education is contextualized per school or per country in general. UN says, yes, now inclusion is not for children with disabilities, but for children without disabilities to be included in the world of disabilities. Yes, that's a different lens to look at. Yes. Matawi says it's difficult to put deaf in mainstream. Even there are laws to support, but law does not say what happened if there is discrimination. So true, Matawi. It's one to have a law or a system in place, and another for it to be implemented in spirit and letter. That's true. Christine, that is why I do orientation for Gen Ed, which is general education classes, to make their regular classmates aware of their challenges. With this, bullying case has lessened, or in zero case, because I set the rule, I orient in the very beginning. Absolutely. I think that's a great example. Thank you for sharing it. That is towards making your classrooms deaf friendly or disabled friendly, where you orient the children, they understand what it means to have deaf children. Not to look at them as, oh, I have to help, oh, I have to do something, but to understand what their needs are and just be like another friend or a peer to the deaf child and not bully. That's right. Rosanna says, inclusive programs need more planning before putting the child in mainstream. Absolutely, and completely agree with you, which we will be talking about in some time. The school management's planning, I don't think we will go into that. We will probably go into what teachers can do as part of planning when they are in mainstream classrooms or in inclusive setups and have deaf children in their classrooms. What can they do? Yes, Norkai Nisa, thank you. That is one of the things, very important, adaptation in lesson. UN says we need to utilize universal design in learning. Yes, that's right too. Noor Azri, there is a special education teacher, follows the special child and assists the child in understanding an inclusive class, or support teachers like someone else mentioned yesterday. Matawi, I enrolled to an inclusive education in primary school, then went to general school without discrimination, but lots of problems were there. I think some lived experiences from Metawi is also coming. That's right. So great. Thank you for all of that discussion on this point. The classroom, which includes the setup of the classroom, the students in the classroom, the teaching environment that we create in the classroom, going a little further, the school environment, because it's not just that classroom, but they will have multiple classes also in the school. How do they also understand and accept the deaf child in the school, including the staff, the teachers, the management, everybody. I think it is more of creating a deaf-friendly school, classroom, and an environment for a child to be able to learn without any fear or discrimination, and in a very comfortable way to learn. That's when learning happens. Learning happens then, yeah? Okay. Norkhair Nisa, do you have any tips on how to place a deaf child in the classroom? Yes, I think Madam Fatima and Madam Wilma have already covered that also in the previous classes, which I'll mention again. One is the seating arrangement that you can look at. Wherever you have a deaf child, you can try and make your seating arrangement in either a open box shape or a semicircular shape. Even if you can do a circular shape, that is well and good. The reason is for having the visual connection with all being able to see. Most of our schools in India, at least I have seen, are theater style. Theater style is very difficult for deaf children to either, even if they are placed in the front, which is suggested, because if they are hearing aid users and lip reading children, placing them in the front of the classroom is good, but when the others are responding, they would have to turn back, and it is quite difficult. And when they are concentrating on one, somebody else tries to say something, that's all missed. So in this kind of a setup where we have either a semicircle or a circle or an open box where the teacher is in the front there, that works best. That is for seating. Classroom, make it as bright as possible. It has to be really bright for deaf children, and it is good practice for all children as well. Learning in dark places really is not very comfortable. So these are all good practices even for other children, not just for deaf children, right? And make your classroom as visual as possible. Reduce the sound that could be there if there are hearing aid or cochlear implant users in your classroom. If there are not, then that is fine. And ensure that, if you're using any electronic visual aids or digital visual aids that you're using, when it's being projected, the lighting should not be on it just falls on your face. And you'll have to give instructions before you start any visual classes, right? Visual learning aids that you use. And the teachers also need to be standing in a place where there is not light behind them or any of the children. So look at your classroom. I know it is little difficult because I have experienced here as well. The classrooms are already built and designed. So to really change the classroom setting can be difficult in some situations, but try and see what you can do so that it works best. And that is the physical aspect, right? Your teaching aspect, we will go through in the sessions later on. I think we have 15 more minutes before we go for a break, and I've got one more statement that we can work on. And there are some more comments in the chat. Okay, the teacher must arrange the class, the seat if the deaf child is placed in an inclusive school. The student must be placed in front so that it is easy to see the teacher and also can read the teacher's facial expressions. Yes, true. Rosalina says, I think deaf children who have acquired language competency could succeed in an inclusive classroom, which is, yes, which is right, yeah. Matawi says the attitudes of school persons should be changed. Yes. Noor Khairunisa, thank you, madam. She says, yes, thank you for your question. Yes, attitudes have to be changed. And I think more than, and how do we change attitudes? There are different ways to do that. We could be instructional. We can say, yes, this is how it needs to happen. Or we can give awareness where they can relate. They can put themselves in the other person's shoe and relate and understand what is the need. And I completely agree and acknowledge that it is not an easy process and doesn't happen overnight. It takes a bit of repetition and continuous, talking about and conversing about. And the more that everybody is aware and understand it, I think it shows. It shows very clearly and it comes out very well. Okay, that is set. So just placing a deaf student in a mainstream class is not inclusive education. It involves a lot more considerations for it. Okay, now the last statement. I'm launching it now. Last one, deaf children cannot read and write. Really quick response is coming. It's tipped to one side. It's tipped to one side. The child on the other side of the seesaw is just flung away really far. The false is taking the lead. Yes, I think we all have it here. We know, but this is a myth that many people carry, at least especially in low and middle income settings, because of lack of intervention, lack of support. I think we will discuss that now. There is one response which says it's true that deaf children cannot read and write. Okay, so I think that's already tipped to one side. I think we can end the poll. Thank you. And that is the last of the statements. Okay, and it's very fairly and rightly tipped to false. Deaf children definitely can read and write. But, and the clause is always there, for any of it to happen, for any success to happen, there has to be a really solid backing, a really good foundation, really good support. Right, so with the right support from the right time, the right teaching strategies, right methods, deaf children can definitely read and write. To what extent is a question. Now, to what ability, to what efficiency may be dependent on the amount or the kind of support and practice that has gone into it, but they can definitely read and write. So there is no two questions about it. Okay, is there anything that you would like to add or comment on what we have discussed so far? I think this was, I think you all found this interesting and useful. I certainly found discussing all of these points very energizing for me. Yes, Diana says, thank you, Diana, for coming in and sharing your thoughts now. In fact, they are very good in drawing, like poster making. Yes, it's so visual. They can look at the visual nuances so much. I remember this, just a small incident I'll share. I've got pictures in my home wall of photos that we had taken with our family. And some of my deaf friends came visiting, and I was meeting them for the first time, though we had chatted over phone and all of that. But in person, I was meeting them for the first time. They'd come to my home for the first time. And I happened to be wearing the same dress that I was wearing in that picture. I didn't realize much. I didn't give it much thought. But my friend said, "You're wearing the same dress." I said, and for me, for a second, I thought, wow, that would be the last thing that I would notice if I was looking at anybody's pictures, But that is the kind of detail information that they can capture through visuals. Right? They're very, very visual learners, because we know, and we often say this, and I'm sure all of us must have said this at some point or the other, that when one sense is working lesser, one sense is not working well, the other senses seem to be heightened. Right? Because we have 5 senses, so our attention is divided into 5. If you have just 4 senses, your attention is that much more concentrated on the others, right? However we want to look at it, whatever explanation we want to give, but their visual senses and sense of touch is very, very heightened. A small information also is that if you've been to deaf people's homes, they have the lights attached to their calling bells or the doorbells because of the visual sign that somebody's at the door. I used to wonder, we had that in our home, and my parents and my brother and I, we all lived in a, what do you say? It's a small family. What do you say? I'm suddenly out of, I can't remember the word. It's a joint family, and then you say it's a, what do you say? A family which is not joint, but living separately. Okay, individual family. Okay, I can't get the word now. Nuclear family, right? Thank you, my dear. That's my daughter who just prompted me that word, nuclear family. So there was no family support for my parents to grow up, me and my brother, right from we were born, right? So they faced a lot of challenges. Not going there, but when somebody used to come at the door, the lights would flicker, we will know. But if we were sleeping and somebody's at the door, they would still get up. I would always, be fascinated. My parents would be asleep, but I come at the door and I'm ringing the bell. They would still come. They are sleeping, but how did they get to know that I'm at the door? So that's how heightened their senses are. Just that flicker of light also gets them awake and they can come. So that always used to fascinate me. Okay, I'm reading some messages here before we go out for our lunch break. All tummies grumbling. I can hear. That must be mine. That must be mine. I'm sorry. Right. Okay. It's still early morning for me. It's 10:30. It's going to be 10:30 a.m. in the morning for me. Let me read the chat messages here. In fact, they're very good at drawing, like poster making. Yes, I thank you, Diana. Rosanna says, agree, Miss Pink. Christine says, my first batch of deaf students in SHS are now in 4th year college. To that extent, madam. Am I missing? Am I reading this wrong? I'm sorry.
Yes, because you were saying a while ago that they can read and write, but the question is to what extent?
Right.
So in my case, they graduated in senior high school. I'm their teacher from junior to senior high school, and then they are now in 4th year college. So the reading and writing is to that extent, and I'm so happy about that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think as a teacher, you'll be so proud of their achievement. Yes. Thank you for sharing that. It's a good example to show, deaf people can get into universities, can do higher studies, can achieve what they want with the right support, with the reading, writing, language support at the right time. Okay, and Aina says deaf children have to be given opportunity to adapt and study in inclusive classrooms who are ready to learn. Laurie says, my deaf kids have the best handwriting and they love watching with subtitles. Subtitles are a good way to help them learn language. Noor Razri says those deaf people who can read and write, it helps them when they get treatments from a doctor in the hospital. They can write in words to make the doctor to understand his pain or sickness. Yes, correct. Those are situations, critical situations where reading, writing is useful and helpful. Yes. Iratul Fatina says my pupils can notice when I borrowed my friend's hijab. There you go. Yes, they can be quite observant there. Yes, the children are always meticulous. Needs of the child are always meticulous. Your sharing this morning is really incredible. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nguyen, for that. Thank you, madam. Very interactive. So substantiate. Thank you so much. You were all awesome, and for all the interaction, all the discussions, couldn't have done without you all. Thank you so much. Really, that's so lovely, Matavi. Thank you for that. I was going to ask, actually, we've got two of you here, as far as I have been informed by you all. Mitawi there, he says, love your voice. I can hear you clearly, even if I am severely deaf. Thank you so much. Thank you. That really means a lot. Thank you. And we have Joey as well. I wanted to ask both of you how you have been able to follow the session so far. is it accessible for you? Is there anything else that I can do to, improve from lunch onwards? If there is anything, please do let me know. And we've got here, thank you, Ms. Meetha. The material is amazing, and also the opinions of all participants make me excited to handle or teach children. And may I ask you to share the material, please? Definitely, I will have them share it with you. I learned a lot today. Please don't leave. We have more after lunch. Come back. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Please, if any of you need any adaptation to how the session has been going on since morning till now, do put it in the chat. I will read while I'm on break. We can do any adjustments that is required for luncheon further. Yes, thank you. Ms. Suhaila, I see you're on screen.
Thank you, Madam Meetha. I learned this, right? Good. Wait, this is good afternoon right now here in Malaysia, but it's right now it's the morning.
Good morning. Yes.
In India.
Yes. Thank you. I someday want to visit Malaysia, Philippines. I haven't been that side. I want to and learn sign language there.
Yeah, come over, Madam Meetha, come over, hopefully one day. So it's very interactive, and yeah, thank you for teaching us the signing. Good morning from Aida here. And I hope to see all of you back here at 2 p.m. Malaysia time. And to our viewers on Facebook and YouTube, thank you so much for joining Madam Meetha's session for today. That is it for the viewers on Facebook and YouTube. Thank you. And we have come to the end of our training sessions for the 3 days of teaching strategies for teachers of students with hearing impairments and disabilities. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you had very beneficial sessions with our 3 speakers from Philippines, Malaysia, and India. Okay, thank you so much. And to our participants in Zoom, I'll see you back at 2 o'clock Malaysia time. And as Madam Meetha mentioned, thank you. As Madam Meetha mentioned, keep the comments coming or any questions coming in the chat box, and she'll be able to read it during her break time. Don't you want to go for a break, Madam Meetha? You should take a break.
Thank you. Yes, I will.
All right, then. I'll see you later at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Thank you. Take care and stay safe.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Oh, there's a suggestion. We should have learning sign language session for other countries.
That will be great. Actually, we can do that. We'll try and squeeze in